Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, November the 18th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. Thank you, William. So yes and yes, you guys can hear me and see my screen in YouTube and in our main room. Anybody in YouTube, if you can just let me know the same thing. Just want to know if you can hear me and see my screen. Anybody who is in YouTube right now. So before I get going, guys, I actually tried to get onto Twitter this morning. I do a little posting of our pre-market actives up and down, and I couldn't get in. And so there's a widespread outage, and it's all to do with Cloudflare Net, and let's see, disrupts service for ChatGPT, Twitter, etc. So Cloudflare obviously affecting a lot of different sites, but certainly Twitter down right now. And yeah, so this is Net who owns Cloudflare. Well, that's what the company's called, Cloudflare. So interesting. Thank you, Tyrone, in our YouTube room. So keep an eye on Net. I mean, they're talking about I'm just looking at the issue has been identified and a fix is being implemented. Of course, it is. So I guess keep an eye on it for a bounce. So that's Net and Cloudflare and Twitter, etc. Olma, OLMA, OLMA. This, I believe, is more of a sympathy play with what happened with Roche. I don't see that it's just a sympathy play. So Genentech reached their main goal in a phase 3, boosting the shares of Olma, which is advancing a similar treatment. So it's not their treatment, but it's a sympathy play. And that is Olma. Olma, not a high float, 53 million, not low, but certainly not high, 53 million. What did it get up to? Got up to $39 this morning. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I was looking earlier to see if it was shortable. It was not shortable earlier. Still is not shortable. ONFO, ONFO. Let's see. Securing up to $300 million in financing. Okay, I guess that's their news. Up 27%, over a dollar right now. Got up to almost $1.40. You can see right now that it's a little bit underneath the 200-day moving average, the green line in my daily chart. That is the 200-day moving average. ATGL, where are you? ATGL. I couldn't find any news on this one, but ATGL down 24%. Couldn't find any news on it. It looks like it was halted quite a bit yesterday. I don't really recall seeing it yesterday, but if I can see anything here. So I must be just profit taking. I don't know. They're dipping. It's down 24%, trading after surging 132% on Monday. So I don't really recall seeing this one yesterday. It only traded at 865,000 shares. It's only 35,000 right now. Anyway, that is ATGL. Arvin, ARVN, 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 21%. Cannot find any news on it. I don't know if it's got anything to do with this. This looks like it was released afterwards, after the market closed yesterday at 1900. I'm sorry, that is 11:7. Yeah, 11:17 was yesterday. So I don't know. Must be something in here. Yeah, there's got to be a lot of sites perhaps affected by this Cloudflare outage. Almost it's shocking, I don't do much on Twitter. I just post the pre-market actives up and down. Been doing it for years. All of a sudden, boom, can't get in. I thought, oh, something going wrong on my end. Didn't I not? Give me a moment. Thank you. There we go. Sorry. Yeah, cinema layout. Thank you, Pepe. I got all flustered when I couldn't get into Twitter. Thank you, Pepe. Freeport guys, FCX just had a pop, and the company expects their Grasberg incident to have significant impact on. Okay, so why is it popping? I'm obviously not reading this correctly. Restart production. Okay, so they're restarting production. GSM, that's still hanging in there. Got up to 488, down to 459. Could not see any news on it. GSM, could not find any specific news on it. Meanwhile, guys, we're in for another. Well, we're in for a negative open anyway to start. Maybe we'll get my favorite day. A little gap down and then a recovery. Maybe. GRRR. I haven't seen this one for a while. This used to be super active. Earnings play. Remember these days when I got up to $44? This is when? This is back in March of this year. So, excuse me. So it's an earnings play up 13%. Pretty low float, 23 million in the float. You mentioned JHX, William. Yeah, this is earnings play. Yeah, has some room. 1935 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. VNDA, where is VNDA? I saw some information about this one. VNDA rises as their nausea drug shows promise for, I guess, the obesity drug side effects. So that is VNDA. More importantly, that's why I looked at it. More importantly, through the 200-day moving average. Through the 200-day moving average. Next high, looking left, is almost, well, it's almost there. It's at 498. William. I actually had I had a bit of a difficulty logging into the trading room today. Also, they had, been doing it the same way forever, and it got changed on me somehow. I just scrambled to figure out how to get in. Sure, it had nothing to do with Cloudflare, but coincidentally, what is this SOLT guys? This is Solana, the coin, two-time ETF for Solana, up 11%, 11.8%. I'm just wondering. I don't see any news on this one. This is not a bearish. I don't think so. Anyway, I don't think this is a bearish ETF. But certainly, Bitcoin, etc. Not having a lot of fun the last few weeks. Put a price alert down here for IBIT, right around 49. Bitcoin still hanging a little bit above 90,000, 91,000. Yeah, that's what they're saying. They're going to reopen their mine, FCX. But it was just sort of strange the way. So they're reopening the mine, but I mean, in the same press, not the same press release, but a press release, within minutes, company expects the incident to have a significant impact on their Q4 2025 and 2026 operating and financial results. So yeah, they're opening the mine, but it's not a great press release alongside with the fact that they're opening the mine. NNOX guys, I'm hearing it. NNOX, and it's here's a popping. This is a strategic reseller partnership with 3DR Labs to integrate Nanox's AI, health, et cetera, into. Okay, so there was a press release, and that is for the NNOX coming into perhaps, right there, 317, 315, next high looking left, gets through that. It's too bad. If the next high were up here, they'd be a lot better, 366. But so areas that it might struggle to get through. By the way, Pepe, I tried to figure out how to get rid of the mobile part of our streaming. I'm sure there's a way. It's just in the introduction to adding the two streams, there wasn't an easy way. Well, I shouldn't say not even. There didn't appear to be a way that says, okay, and if you don't want the mobile stream, do this. I looked at it this morning, so I'll maybe try to look at it again after I get out of here. Yeah, the whole preamble, this is what we're doing, this is why we're doing it, and but nothing that said, but if you don't want it, just do this. I'm sure it's there somewhere. I just couldn't find it quickly this morning. Anyway, 912. Let's go. NMRA, NMRA, click CLIK. Just looking at some of the ones I haven't talked about. If there's any interesting news, perhaps. No news that I could see for VNDA. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I'm just looking. I'm trying to find anything on that VNDA. I could not find anything from my headlines. Yeah, you would think that would be an option, right, Pepe? Why they're imposing it on us and for what reason? KLAR guys, the Klarna Group. Is this an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. For Vanda, VNDA, William, VNDA. It's above the 200-day moving average. I'm sorry, I do see. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I did see the news on a nausea drug shows promise. There was something else I couldn't find the headline on. But yeah, so the nausea drug finds promise. If it, guys, if it takes out this high right there, not that far away, $5, not that far away right now. What's the volume? No volume though. I mean, there's just really no volume. Yeah, it is phase one. Phase one. Yeah, I even wrote that down. Actually, that is not the phase one. Okay, thank you. I didn't see phase one here. Where I saw phase one was in the GLMD. GLMD. That is a phase one. Yeah, thanks, Dan. I was thinking of something, another one that I could not find any news on. It wasn't the Evander, but thank you. All right, market down 557 yesterday. The Dow was down. So let's take a look at some of the major sectors and see how are they doing now with respect to the 200-day moving average. So XLE is still above major main ETF, I think, for energy. So still above. I'm going to go through them. XRT, retail. Wow, retail's getting closer, guys. Look at that. Retail's getting closer to that 200-day moving average, that green line right there. Healthcare, XLV. Yeah, healthcare is still strong. I mean, it is still well above, and it's not really faded during this market fade. Communications and tech, I have a feeling we're going to see some. Yeah, so we can't see the 200-day, but let me back this out. So there's a glimpse of it, and there's communications and technology, XLK, probably the same. Oh, it's even above it. Okay, well, there it is. So still above it. Financials, that'll be an interesting one. Oops. So financials hit the 200-day moving average yesterday, guys, but closed just a little bit above it. Okay, so it is in jeopardy of, as hasn't happened for months and months, of losing the 200-day moving average. Consumer staples still below. Discretionary. Always amazed that it's above, but there it is. Yes. The material should be underneath. Yes, underneath. So there's a couple, but it's financials. Got to keep an eye on financials. Here are the semis, still above, well above. Utilities. Let me see if there's been a flight to the dividend. Yeah. So utility stocks are doing well, which is kind of typical when the market is getting a little jittery. People flock to these sort of stocks. They have dividends, etc. But it's financials, guys. Just give me a moment, guys. All right, guys, let's see. Anything else sneaking in here? VRA, what is happening with VR? Vera Brad. Oh, Vera Brad, look at this pop. Not an earnings play. Wonder why they're popping. For what reason is Vera Bradley popping? VRA. Don't see any news. But VRA, I'm hearing it. When I say I'm hearing it, my gap up, and this is text to voice. This is my kind of alert gap up. I really rely more on this, but this is sort of a sideline. Let's see. Wow. So on a weekly chart, the next highs are on 327. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Pepe. Disable portrait mode in StreamYard. Is that what they're calling it? Is that what they're calling that smaller stream, portrait mode? All right, guys, 9:22. So what I'm going to do is get my oh, okay, thank you. Okay, so it's just basically disabling. Okay, thank you, Pepe. Okay, guys, I'm going to get my layout, my 9:30 open layout up and running. So first, as always, saving my layout. Okay, give me a moment, guys. Just rearranging some things and okay. So what you're seeing here, these are the top six. Okay, and that pre-market actives up that I had up and running before. These are now the top six. I don't think I talked about DGNX. DGNX is, let's see, yeah, it's got some room. 1652 is the next high, looking left. Again, when I say having room, for those of you who are new, I'm not saying it's going to get there. Just looking left to see where it could stall. Looking at the always looking at the next. No, no, I knew the OMA was more of a sympathy play. It was something. I'm sure it was something else. I just can't remember now. You know what it was? I think it was the ATGL. I think it was the ATGL being down a lot, and I couldn't. It didn't. Yeah, I couldn't find any news why it was down so much, other than pure profit taking. And it was up a huge amount yesterday, but yeah, it's down today, down 24% from yesterday's close. Still way up from the day before Friday. Friday's low was around $9. I think it was that one. I just couldn't find any news on it. Maybe GSM also. But I think it definitely was the ATGL. I was wondering. Yeah, cannot see any news on GSM either. Well, interesting though. Well, it was above the 200-day moving average. It's sitting right on it now. And next high 414, 419, 435. What did it get to this morning? So this, I mean, it got up to 485 this morning, and there was decent volume. I don't know how much traded right at 485, of course, but the VWAP is at 444. So yeah, so there is room. I mean, this got what 480 got up to 480, got right up to this area. So I'll have to wait and see once this market opens to see what happens with this. Will it hold for? It's a not a low float, 88 million in the float. Yeah, I'm surprised there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for this OLMA. You can see what it's doing. It's hugging. It's right on that VWAP, that purple line. It's sitting right on it. Did it really? I find that's one of the more difficult. JHX. Oh, okay. I thought yeah, 119. I went, wow, kidding me? Not a China stock from Dublin. So you're off tomorrow, right, William? You're off tomorrow for about a week or so, correct? Okay, so you're in tomorrow. Okay, but just but then after that, probably for the balance of the week plus well, next week, are you taking the whole week off? I know it's a short week for you guys. Well, for me too, because I'm a pretend American when oh, you will be back next week. Okay, when it comes to vacations or holidays. All right, guys, it is now less than a minute to the 9:30 open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. What is it going to bring? We're going to have a mini recovery day. Well, the only thing that affected me, Z, was not being able to post the stuff I normally post on Twitter this morning. But other than that, all good regarding the Cloudflare. How is Net doing right now? A little bounce, little bounce. So, guys, I don't usually trade in the first 15 minutes. I'm going to let things settle down a little bit. This is what I pay attention to basically all day now. The gap continuation or reverse. Nothing will happen in this window until at least 9:45. That is by design. Well, look at StubHub. I have this one thumbnailed. The low of yesterday now had really a disastrous earnings play a couple of days ago, Friday, I guess. First halt of the day, guys. AS is halted on the way down, I guess. Yeah, or maybe up. Or maybe up. The gap down and then the pop up, and it looked like it got halted on the way up. Two, TU. What's happening with this one? TU. Tell us if they're having outages. That's my provider in Canada. Yeah, I'm watching. They cannot pay the dividend. Yeah, they don't want to anyway. Okay, Guy. Wow, pop for SGML. This was, of course, very active yesterday. Very active, along with a few other lithium plays. Okay, as high as 851 yesterday. Closed down here. Not a tremendous pullback from the high, but it's above the close now. SGML. Another lithium play. How's the LAC doing? LAC. Not the same. So SGML. I think also SGML. I think they had some news on there. Here's that Vera, guys. VRA. I could not find any news on this one. Vera Bradley. Could not find any news on this one. A big move, 31%. Boy, Oma, if you have shorts for Oma, because this is really it was a sympathy play. Not a drug of their own, but a sympathy play with the success of the Roche drug. Now it just got halted on the way down. This would have been an awesome short just on the break of the VWAP. Boy, look at talk about a wild ride. Qubit. I just want to look at Qubit, guys. Qubit from yesterday was an earnings play. It wasn't that the quants were all rocking. It was this, I think, sort of on its own. Got up to 12. 12. I remember waiting on this one to see if it really was going to tear through 12. It didn't. It got back down to 1154. That's where it closed. So it is now at 12 again, but it's early. The high yesterday for QUBT was 1225. The next high looking left is 1260. So a little bit of room to that high if it can get through the 1225. Yes, yes, maybe, maybe. Big green candle. Mac is pointing out big green candle. Maybe we have a mini recovery day. Morning, Michelle, in our YouTube room. Maybe. See how this closes. There's the VWAP, so it's above the VWAP. Let's see if there's any specific. I have not been putting anything in the economic calendar in my postings. There's really been not much. No, yeah, we know that trading gram or trading ram, trading gram or trading ram. Yeah, we know that it's a simply play with the Roche, so it doesn't have a drug on their own, is what I. I mean, they do, but it's it has. It didn't have the. They have not released any information about in terms of success. Lunar, okay, guys, LUNR. Wow, this got some room. Got some room. Okay, 950 next high looking left. It's early though, but LUNR. And another halt, guys. BRBR halted. Okay, halt. Bell Ring Brands. I don't know this one at all. I think I may have seen this before, but I'm sure this is not one of Pepe's favorite protein shakes, beverages, probably poison beverages. But seriously, this one has just been on a total decline for months. Having a pop for some reason is it is an earning. Okay, the reason is it's an earnings play. The RBR. It's a pretty big float, 124 million. It's still down for the day, but it has been halted. And there are shares. Wow, a lot of shares available. 5 million shares available at Interactive Brokers. So there's a lot of shares available. Stock at its high is about $80. Or even more. No, going to see when it started to trade. It's been around for since 2019. It looks like the high was around $80. So far, so good. And now here's the BMNR guys. Now this has just been, again, this was one of those crypto plays. We're buying a lot of one of the early ones, but it has just been kicked, cut in half. But having a bit of a day now. So Alma just resumed on the way down. Okay, so now it doesn't mean it's completely over. I'm going to put a price alert. Well, it's going to be put far away to see if it gets back over that 200-day moving average. A cheap one, guys. ENR is an earnings play. ENR is a cheap earnings play. The Energizer. Is it the Energizer? Batteries, yes. Okay, it is the Energizer. Okay, so this is a lifetime low. Wow, lifetime low for Energizer. Wow. So look at the market. Yes. So can it hold? So far, it held, and we get another blue bar. Yeah, look at the Energizer. This is all-time low now. ENR. This is really interesting to me. An earnings plan. The company reported mixed Q4 financial results and issued Q1 EPS guidance below the estimates, and also the whole year FY26 earnings per share guidance below the estimates. So not a lot of good, not a lot of good news with the Energizer guys. ENR. I have to keep an eye on this one for sure. I mean, there's obviously no support. I mean, no, there's no chart support. It's an all-time low. So that's a big gap down. Now, there's the Vanda VNDA guys over at 5 now. Okay, at 5 now. So now the next high looking left is 564. All right, guys, I took a short on ENR. Okay. Now it's early for me. I know I don't usually do this early, but it just seemed to be too juicy not to do it right off the bat. And that's the Energizer. It's an earnings play. Just watching it closely, guys. I'm watching the ENR closely. And underneath the VWAP, I think it better be. Yeah, we're getting a little schizo in the market again, guys. Yeah, the big, beautiful big blue bar, sort of a follow up, but now this looks like it could wipe it out. Siri, you oops, nobody was hopefully nobody with an Apple product. I didn't enact or enable your phone or something. Siri is moving down. All right, ENR starting to work for me now. ENR, the short for ENR, starting to work for me now. Did I get yours, William? All right. Well, again, I don't usually take these stock or trade this early, but yeah, I've just covered some. Okay, I've covered some, so I can try to hang on now. That's the ENR short. I have covered some. Now I'm going to try to ride this wave down a little bit more. Okay, here we have our first one in the scan, first one, and it's by design. Okay, it's 9:45 is when I want to start to see them. Now let's see, Arvin. This of course had I don't know if that I can't remember if it had any news. This might have this is another one I think I couldn't really find any news. I know they had some corporate governance guidelines, which I released after the market closed yesterday. So I don't know if that's the reason for the poppage. Boy, look at this market, guys. We are in which way we're going mode. Big blue, another sort of follow up. Big red. Now it's blue. Oh boy, oh boy. Congratulations, those of you with Olma shorts. Stupid IB is when you really used to be in the room. All right, ENR. Well, can you take out 18? Oh, it's even showing up here in the gap down and go. Even better. And it's showing up here. Did I tell you I like to see stocks that are at all-time lows, especially when they've got news? Boy, I'm going to try to ride this wave down now, guys. Okay, Joseph. So yeah, save the link. Save my homepage link. Okay, it's a way in which you can get into the room every day. Also, okay. So if you just save my homepage link, then you'll have access to all my scans, of course. You know what? 9:49. I think I'll go over this stuff right now as well. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. You're going to at the very top, you'll see how you can take now right off the bat. Okay, you want my scans right here. Scroll down, view scans. There it is. The gap continuation. You're probably looking for this one. Okay, but now in a more general nature, you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Here's how you can do it. You'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Doesn't matter which plan you pick, either the standard or premium service. Okay. And remember, the 15% is only good for the first month or the entire year, just the first month only, though. All I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. The company tracks the usage of the codes, and if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping both rooms free. When I say both rooms, I moderate a YouTube room and also what I call the main room. If you're in YouTube right now, there is another trading room, a lot more activity in it, a lot more interaction amongst traders. You can stay in YouTube if you want, of course, but again, if you're looking for a little more action, you can come into the main room. It's free also. And just to go over the wow, look at Oma. Oh my goodness. Um, just to let you know, this room, the trading room, is open at around 6:45 Eastern time in the morning, and I open YouTube at around 8:30, and I get on the mic in both ones around 9 o'clock. Why so late? I live in Vancouver, Canada, so I don't get up that early. But Obi in the trading room, he opens it up at quarter to 6. Sorry, 6:45. Now I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30. William, most days, though, next starting tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you will not be around to keep the room open later. So the room may be shut down sometime between 2 and 2:30. Now it's a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you do have questions, you can ask me questions all day long. If it's an accounting type question, I probably won't be able to answer. But if it's a question about trade ideas in general, certainly I should be able to answer. But even if I can't answer that, I should be able to direct it. Maybe one of the other traders will have an explanation for something going on. Boy, look at Oma. So click on my homepage link. At the very bottom, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. I'm sure it's not going to trigger. Trade of the week. The trade of the week was Lyft. That's free. The trigger, though, was getting over the high Friday. Never got over it. So it's not a bad trade of the week. It's basically a non-event. Okay. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Do that first before you contact us, please. Now, you click on my homepage link and maybe you've taken out a subscription. First thing you must do, go to the education section, click on the more info, and right here, getting started with trade ideas. First thing you must do, 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the product, what you might want to do is just start off with the second video and go to the end. Again, there are 12 short videos. That should give you an idea about whether or not you'd like to have, or at least try us for a month. Okay, should give you a good enough idea about what we're capable of doing. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is what I'd suggest you take a look at. Back to basics. 15 videos, all free. Okay. And last, if you're looking for this information, the scans, etc. Well, here's the gap continuation in reverse. Here is the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Looking for a couple of races. I've got a couple of races that I'm sharing also, a large capper and one that doesn't have anything to do with cap or float size. And a couple other scans, momentum scan and a Pepe combo scan. And here's the halt resumed. But all I have up and running are these two. That's all I have up and running. So let's see. Holy mama in our YouTube room. If you click on my homepage link, I get into the other room. So we click on the homepage link and scroll down just a little bit and right here, trading room, okay? Yeah, I've covered most now. It was popping up through that. I got close again to the 18. So covered just a little, most of it just below 18. You're talking about the ENR. I'll hold on. I'm going to hold on a little bit longer just in case it takes out 18 again. But yeah, nice early trade. But boy, I wish I'd had shorts for Olma. All right, let's take a look at some of these things that are coming through here. I mean, there's going to be a sea of red. It's interesting that only 27% of the tickers, because that's because at the beginning we had that big pop. So there's a lot of green coming through here, but I'm surprised it's still at that level. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to just clear it. Now we're going to see LFMD. That was another another short opportunity. Don't usually short the cheap ones, but there are shorts available. Interactive Brokers, 1.66 million. Yeah, the market ain't happy. Really. I mean, now down another six as we speak. Let's take a look at the SPY from yesterday. Big down day yesterday with that size of that candle, that bar. So here is the next low looking left is 658 on the daily chart. Now, let's keep in mind we did have like a day back here. This is quite a little over a month ago, October 18th. We had a day right here, and that looked pretty bleak. But look what the market did. Recovered, 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 recovered. So I don't know what's going to happen. This seems a little more, I don't know, dramatic, but I may be wrong. Well, I wouldn't short it now. I'm too late. If I had shorts even available, I would not be short personally. But I mean, I'd be hanging. If I were short though, I'd be hanging on until that wave turned. So using the wave can really help keep you in a trade. Now, what's happening here, while we're not seeing anything, is that no stock is making a new low or a new high, meeting all the filter requirements right now. Is Twitter still down? How's that net doing? No, there's no video on TI about shorting. Shorting is when you say about shorting, you mean how to short, or what do you mean by that exactly? Well, shorting is just think of it this way. It's just when you go long a stock, when you buy a stock, you hope it goes up. When you short a stock, you hope it goes down. I mean, it's almost. I mean, it's kind of that simple. You just shift. You just sort of shift the script in your head. Okay, I mean that's the general idea. So when you say a short amount, what do you mean by that even? So when you go long, when you buy a stock, you're going to have a place where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working for you. You're going to have to, so you don't, you have a manageable loss. It's the same thing with shorting. Yeah. So shorting is, I mean, brokers are different how you short now. But the other thing is that this is why I've been saying I can't short Olma. That you can't see the symbol because it says the contract will be available for a short sale if the shares can be located. Okay, so when I see that, this is from Interactive Brokers, as opposed to. So there's a couple of things about shorting which are going to be a little bit different. So for instance, if I wanted to short ATGL, it's telling me there's 652,000 shorts available. Okay, so if I wanted to short this right here and I was able to get it at 1790, then I hope it goes down. Okay. Now I would never. I mean, look, is this halted? Oh, it's halted again. I mean, that's a crazy spread. Let me get something else. Well, I mean, a put it. Okay, let's take a look at CLAR as an example. Okay, let's just say I wanted to short CLAR, KLAR. Wanted to short it right at typically you'll short at the ask if you want to get it immediately. There's the bid. There's the ask. Just a complete reversal. I'm sorry, at the bid, not at the ask. I wish. So let's say I wanted to short it at 31.50 right now, right now. So, I pick how many shares I want. I'll have a stop if it moves above a certain price to a certain price above my short price. I'll be out of the trade. And now all I hope is that it moves down in price. And then when I want to get out of the trade, you buy it at the lower price. So, for instance, in my broker, if I want to start a short, I click sell and how many shares I want and the price. And then when I want to cover it, I click buy. Yeah, you just hope. I mean, again, it's just flipping it in your head. I buy a stock, I want it to go up. I short a stock, I want it to go down. Okay. The challenge can be if your broker has shares available to short. And that's why I'm always saying I don't have shares to short at Interactive Brokers, for instance, but people were saying with Olma, they had shorts available at their broker. So it can be different from broker to broker. Now, if you're looking at stocks like Microsoft, all the big guys, virtually every single broker will have shares available. All right, guys. Well, okay. I wanted to check out Twitter to see if it. Okay, so Twitter is back, guys. So has Net may have had a pop now, a little recovery. So Twitter is back. That was the big one, I guess, that was down because of Cloudflare. Yeah, so it had a pop. So obviously, I guess maybe resumed here, maybe at 9:30. I don't know. Yeah, so I haven't gone over money. I have not gone over money management in a long time. 159, but wow, market relentless now, guys. Relentless. So when you take a trade, you have to have a place where you're getting out of the trade if it's not working. Whether you're shorting, so it's going to be a price above the price you're in, or if you're going long, if you're buying a stock, obviously a price below. You're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. Now, how much are you going to risk on the trade? When I say risk, let me take this one. Let me do this one as an example. Well, maybe not. So let's say I got into there was a stock at $10. Okay, a stock at $10. And I looked at it and I thought, you know what? I might want to take this trade, but if it doesn't work for me, where am I going to get out? Because we can't assume every trade is going to work. So if I looked at a chart and whatever time frame that I want to look at, be it a 5 minute, a 15 minute, 30 minute, whatever you're comfortable with. And I thought that, you know what? If it got below this price, I want to be out of the trade. So I'm going to make the math. I'll try to make the math super simple. So let's say the stock's at $10, and I looked at the chart, and at 9.90, 10 cents away, looks like there's pretty decent support. There's a lot of action right at 9.90, so that if it went down below 9.90, I want to be out of the trade. Okay, so I've established where my stop is. Okay, where I'm getting out of the trade. The next step is, okay, how many shares am I going to take? Well, how many shares you take will be based on how much are you willing to lose on that trade if it doesn't work. We've already established that your stop is going to be 10 cents away. So if you're willing to risk, say, $100 a trade, then that means you could take 1,000 shares on that particular stock. Because if it doesn't work and you obey your stop and you get out for a 10-cent loss, 1,000 shares times 10 cents equals $100. So that's what you're always thinking about. Where am I getting out of the trade if it doesn't work? And then share sizing. It should make sense that if you've got a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So if you're going to risk, say, $100 a trade, then that is going to basically share sizing. It's just going to be because let's say the stop was 20 cents away. You looked at the chart and you thought, you know what? I think there's good support around 20 cents away if I want it, but if it breaks through that, I want to be out of the trade. So in that particular case, if you're again, you're what I do is I try to risk about the same amount every trade. I don't risk 100 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next, 1,000 the next. I try to risk about the same amount every trade. So if that risk amount for you is going to be 100 and the stop was 20 cents away, you would take 500 shares. 500 times 20 cents, if it doesn't work, is $100. So it's not a percentage. Okay. I don't personally, I just don't believe in putting a percent because it doesn't. And listen, the people I know say, I'm going to risk it. Like my stop is 1% below my entry. If it works for you, fine. I just have never done that because I like to look at a chart and say, this is where I think there could be some support. It's not some arbitrary 1% away, 2% away, 5% away. Okay, so hopefully that answers your question. So that's when I exit on the trade, I have a stop. So the same thing if I'm going short, it's just flipping. If the stock moves up on me, to the price where I think I don't want to be in it anymore, I'm out of the trade. Okay, market. Okay, are you going to bounce? Are you going to bounce? Well, here's the VWAP. So that's my first area. I'm going to put a price alert in that area and just see if we can get up there at least. Okay, so I do have some shorts available for JHX at Interactive Brokers, a ton of them, 1.5 million. Do I want to take? Wow, it's got a lot of room, obviously, 1650, but it's positive. I mean, it's a positive day on it because it's an earnings play, but maybe being dragged down by the market. So this ARVN is just stuck, guys. Yeah, it's just stuck. Again, hard to commit going long right now in anything for me. I mean, there will be long, there will be things that, maybe on bounce plays. Let me explain this one also, okay? The gap continuation or reversal scan. There are there are 4 scans in here. Gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, and gap down and go. All color coded. So orange and yellow are potential shorts. Though, I mean, there's nothing you could maybe think, you know what? Almost gone down enough. Maybe you could start looking at a potential bounce on it. It usually looks like a watch list. I mean, at some point, you have to think that OMA is going to maybe, I mean, it already bounced a bit. Actually, it was a pretty big bounce. It went from 18 to 19, almost a $2 bounce at that point. Now, it's tricky. I mean, it's obviously very, very tricky try to figure out, where is the stock going to bounce? Where is it topped out? And so it's going to start to decline. To me, that's the hardest. I'm not good at it. I am not good at predicting where a stock is going to bounce or top out. Well, I mean, some people play the fibs, extended fibs, and or obviously if you're coming into the 200-day moving average or up to the VWAP, just stuff like that. I mean, there are ways in which you can get the odds in your favor a little bit. But who's good at it? William is good at it. William's very good at trying to find tops, and now he sometimes doesn't take full positions and he adds. I'm not saying that's, but he's been doing it like that for quite a while. You see, this Arvin actually looks to me more like a short now. I mean, it's underneath the VWAP. It is. I find it maybe a bit easier if there's no news about a stock, okay? And so you look at a gap up in reverse right here, okay? So what happened? The stock gapped up and it's reversing, okay? But it is an earnings play and it's still positive. Um, so it's tricky right now. Yeah, is it going to hold under 18? But there's a ton of room underneath. If it just can't hold this area, I mean, there's a ton of room underneath. Here's your low, 1651 of yesterday. So, for instance, right here, again, if you look at the wave, I'm the wave in this particular case. I mean, again, orange means the trend is weakening, but it has been up and down. So I wouldn't call this a tremendous trend yet. But the longer it tries to struggle to get through 18, yeah, you never know. The spread is fine, 17.95, 96. Oh, this one, LFS. So this was the crazy one last week, guys. Went all the way up to 1245, halted again. LFS. Wow. So this is obviously going on a bit of a run here. Now this is a Japanese stock, not much volume. Haven't I don't explain this window. There's this little window you see here. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. Nothing to do with trade ideas. So can't see the symbol, but it is the LFS. It is LFS halted at 583. This column is telling you where it could open. Now, typically they are 5-minute halts. So if this is a 5-minute halt, this is going to open in about 30 seconds from now. We got halted at 10:12 plus 39 seconds. So it's 10:17, 39 plus 39 seconds. If it's a 5-minute halt, this number will fluctuate. But if you're in this one right now, that's what you want to see, a number greater than that 583. Okay, I can't handle seeing that, Grumpy. All right, so now you can see what's happening. It is not going to be a 5-minute halt. So if it's not a 5-minute halt, usually there are multiples of five. So the next, that would mean 10-minute halt. So this could open at 10:22 plus 39 seconds. Well, we try to conduct a serious trading room here, Grumpy. Guys, you know what? This is talking about shorting this one, ARVN. It just looks like it wants to get weaker and weaker. ZYME, guys, this was an earnings play, I think, yesterday. Yes. Earnings play yesterday was very good, though it faded $26. It closed down here at 23. I mean, it faded a bit, 23.89. Now it's below yesterday's close and it's starting to fade away again. ZYME. This is hmm, obviously a ton of room. $18 was the low on Friday. Just hard to commit to go long anything right now for me. Well, I guess OKLO is having a decent day. This is the two-time ETF for it. So OKLO, the stock, must be up about 3.7%, I guess. All right, guys. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'll go long this one now. Not now. I haven't short it, did not short it earlier. JHX. I use this like a watch list, okay? Now remember now, I've got my don't repeat version of it right here. So there have only been 5 alerts today, 5 different stocks today, and I use it like a watch list. Should have, yeah, this is a classic. I should have just flipped the script on the ENR also, you know, break over 18, take some. Okay, now this is a gap down and reversal play. Now, why so late? Because it had to take out the high of the day. Remember, the trigger is a new high of the day. So, unfortunately, sometimes what happens is when a stock, yeah, gap down, but then it had, and this was before 9:45. We got a high up here because remember now I don't want to see anything until at least 9:45. So I had to take out that high. There's a way in which you could adjust this if you just wanted to see with everything being the same, but stocks making new 5-minute highs in which you'd catch them earlier. Doesn't mean they're going to keep going though, or 5-minute lows. Yeah, LFS. Okay, so it did open. All right, EPSM. What is to me anyway? There's a high there at 189, a high there at 230. Boy, ENR, what a great bounce! Great bounce. It was a nice short, but but an even better bounce play. Yeah, I'm a little reluctant to take a bounce play, and well, I don't know. ENR is certainly is down for the day a lot. Still down 20% for the day. Like I'm looking at this BRBR as something I might have to take out 25 though. So I'm going to put a price alert, see if it gets up there later on. Okay, this BRBR is really tempting me here. The alert was at 24.62, so I was just a little reluctant to take it just because of the fact that it's still down for the day. And there are a lot of shorts available, 5 million at Interactive Brokers. So there's a ton of shorts available. If it doesn't get through 25, I have to keep an eye on this one, this JHX. See if it gets down to this level again for a potential short. All right, guys, let's see if this has any legs in it. Has legs in it. This BRBR. And the answer is so far yes. All right, guys. Wow. Okay. Well, I said I wanted to take it if it got over 25. Covered some because it is still down for the day. Okay. So probably could be a very quick trade depending on what it does right here. But I've covered some. Or covered. I've sold some, not covered. This was not a short. So strikes again, 24.62. I wish I'd taken it right there, but 24.62 on the BRBR. Again, this is why I like to have the don't repeat version. It tells me the first time of the alert, the price and the time, the price and the time. What did it do from there? Use it like a watch list. Oh, this is really ripping now. Nice. Who knows? Maybe it's going to go positive. Okay, market. Come on, take out that VWAP. Take the VWAP out and run for a while. Oh, now we've got the gap up and go now for the ARVN. Okay. Am I too late? I might, well, it's not a matter of being too late. But the VWAP is right there, right there. So it's coming into the VWAP. Yeah, so I cannot take this because it's, the VWAP may act as pretty stern resistance. I'm going to have to put a price alert maybe around the 1350 mark to see if I can really clear the VWAP and then move. So see how quick that was? A BRBR, guys. Could not quite get positive. I mean, it got right there. Look at that. The high was 25.57, and the close yesterday was 25.60. Almost got into that. That was the area I was wondering if it would stall right there. And that is where it stalled. All right, here's another one, guys. Another gap down in reversal play. BZ earnings play has room to 21. China stock, way bigger float, 409 million in the float. So it'll take a bunch to move this. Contract. Well, actually, BRBR had a pretty big float too, 124 million. Not quite as big as BZ, but it certainly was not a low floater. Well, there's the ARVN, not in it. Not in it. Yeah, I mean, look at the VWAP. The VWAP held it again. Okay, held it again 3 times on the 5-minute chart. Look at that purple line. You can see the bars going right into the VWAP once, twice, three, and could not get through. Now, is that going to happen all the time? Of course not. In terms of the VWAP for every single stock or chart or ETF, of course not. But as we speak, that certainly was telling. Oh boy, this Arvind. Okay, so for this BZ, just in case the market comes back a bit, this is an earnings. Ooh, so this is the interesting one now for me, the JX. The JHX. I'm going to take a pass. It looks good, 1779, 1780, but I think I'm just going to take a pass on this potential short. So I was in the process of putting a price alert for the BZ up here around 2007. In case it happens later on. Well, the Arvin just ripped without me. I could not, that VWAP. I mean, I finally got through it. Speaking of dearths, there are a dearth of questions in this room now, in both rooms. I guess people are just sort of not used to a market being like this for a few days in a row, I guess. If you won't short, well, you don't have to short. I mean, Arvin was a pretty good long, but if you won't short, you're missing at least half the market, especially when the market's doing, successive days or the last couple of weeks have been kind of, you've sort of seen the clues. Okay, well, things are really slowing down for me now, guys. 10:38. So in about an hour and a half, a little less than an hour and a half, I will be taking a break. And I think it'll be Chris Farley today. Should be Chris today. Assuming he's got. Oh yeah, I'm long gone. VRBR. That was a very quick. Now, when you say you can't short IB or at IB, when you say IB won't let you, you have to have a margin account. You just say you want to. So Michelle, I'm not sure why you can't short. You just have to say, I think just at the beginning when you sign up. Is there a new update for trade ideas today? Not that I'm aware of, but I'll ask. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't see it my end, but really, well, I don't want to get into your or your account size, but I'm surprised. Okay, guys, my next hard look really is the BZ. Okay, I mean it's just hanging around the 20 level. This is a gap down and reversal, but you'd like to see market doesn't have to be ripping higher. It just has to stop going down. Okay. Oh, really? You should have lied, Michelle. Talking to Michelle in our YouTube room. Now, I may take a look at this again if it gets over 25 again. The BRBR. I'm going to put a price alert. So why would I not short INV? Look left, and there's the next. There's the low. Looking left, 345. If the low had been down here at 297, $3, I may have taken a shot at this one on a short, but the next low looking left is too close. So it could that could act as support. What a bounce for ENR though, guys! Wow. Now, William, we're talking about OLMA. Okay, let's take a look. Is it any? I can't click on it. There I am, or there it is. Yeah, so OLMA, I mean, it had a nice bounce from about the 18 to the 20 level, 22, 20 level. Now it's just kind of stuck, still up 131%. Keep looking to see if their shares become available, interactive brokers, but still no available. Now they could search for them, but if they have to do that, I don't care. I don't want them. Just give me a moment, please. Well, where could it go? I mean, they are obviously got a ton of room. I mean, look at the monthly chart. And in fact, it has an amazing amount of room still, the ARVN. That red line is referencing a daily high. So if I scroll back enough on this daily chart, I would see a daily high at about call it 1840. It happened in this month, which is back in March of this year. There's a daily high, which was almost the monthly high. So as this starts to slow down, guys, I mean, this movers to the upside versus movers to the downside will be active. Okay, so when this starts to slow down, again, draw your attention to the don't repeat. So there have been only seven different stocks in here. This is the repeat version, of course. Every time ARVN made a new high, you're going to see it. All real time alerts. So this is halted again, isn't it? Yeah, LFS halted again. Very, very volatile. So what did it get up to? Got up to 718 and then right back down to 531. Halted. It's through the VWAP, and now your next open could be in the $7 level. Okay, this is again time and sales. The blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales from interactive brokers. There's your halt price, and there's the potential area where it could open. This is Williams' favorite stock, CMCT. So let's take a look at it, guys. I mean, it's had a huge day yesterday, except it got up to $14 and it closed down here at 9. Okay. So now it is above the close, of course, up 22% from that close. Yeah, I see it right here. CGTL just got halted. CGTL just got halted on the way down. Penny dropper. Oh, okay. As opposed to a penny popper. Yeah, there's no new update, Michelle. No, no new update. Just checked with the guys. Yeah, the market does not want to bounce yet. Not at all. I mean, okay, arguably, you could be looking at this spy chart, and it is as we speak. This could get wiped out on this bar, but it's making higher lows. Okay, that's all. That's about the most positive thing we can say right now on the 5 minute anyway, making higher lows. But this bar right here might wipe it all out. So I mean, the key thing right there, I mean, that VWAP just stalled 3 times. Those 5 minute bars getting right into the VWAP. Let me take a look at the SPY chart again on a weekly basis to see where is there, or even the daily. So we're right here. We're below that level slightly. Actually, we're not. We got down to that level. Look where, in fact, almost to the penny, maybe sorry, 657.11, 656.80. So a little bit under that right there. I will put our price alert there again. So it has bounced a little bit off that low here. Not much. All right, guys. Well, the ARVN it was a beautiful move, but it now is starting to fade somewhat. It's right on the VWAP again. ARVN, right at the VWAP area again. Just looking at some cheap earnings plays, guys, but nothing is really catching my attention. Okay, now the BRBR back up to that 25 level again. If it now, problem is, of course, I'm sure, like me, I was really thinking it could even get closer to 26, but no. Trend is still strong, though. I mean, it is blue, a blue wave here. It is still it's relatively strong. But stop going down. I mean, the market is just, we used to say that, well, this is an earning play, but it's still down for the day. So it's not a positive earnings play. You're right. Olma. Olma is making a move. Shoot, I don't think I put a price alert in the right area. Yeah, Olma is making it made a nice little move off that 20 level now. So here's another one, guys. I mean, it's NNOX is sitting right on the VWAP, coming into the VWAP, sitting on the VWAP. Will it hold? Problem is, even if it held, the next high looking left, it was 329. So I'm not interested. Okay, for those of you who are into the stocks that are under a dollar, this SIDU is really moving now. It's above yesterday's high. The next high looking left, 90 cents. Been on a nice run. There's an earnings play. Yes, no, on the 14th. Well, I'm continuing to watch the BZ guys. Is if only the market, starts to put in some kind of a positive move. Doesn't look like it right now, but because then I'll try to play a bounce of the BZ, taking out 20. Meanwhile, FS, LFS, all over the place. Another halt now on the way down. Well, this is a cheap little earnings play. S dot. How much volume? No volume. That's so surprising to me that these companies and there's nothing in the float, a million in the float, and there's just no volume, even though it's an earnings play. Little buy flag right there for the OLMA, OLMA. You can see how the trend was very weak and got parabolic with the width of that wave, and then narrowing out. So maybe, but you got the VWAP up here. Actually, that's far enough away. VWAP is certainly far enough away, well over 23. So that should not be an issue, really. If it wants to continue, Well, you know what, guys? I mean, this is starting. I mean, there's not much happening for me right now. I mean, this, of course, is going to stall now, probably for the rest of the day. This is probably it, but it's still going to act like a good watch list for me. So, if you have any questions, a great time to ask. I'm really not into doing too much in terms of trading right now. Boy, ugly is CGTL. So it resumed and then it moved down and got halted again. I don't know why. I don't know what I don't see any news on it. I don't really have a watch list, Michelle. This is my watch. I mean, if I don't have a watch list that I create overnight. The question is, what do I look for, and how do I look for stocks in advance on your watch lists? I all I do is really, I mean, I just look at my pre-actives up and down in the pre-market. I put a few of them that I think might have some, like if they've got room to move, looking left, not these ones. Okay, not these ones. This is my sort of a nice watch list for me for the day. Okay, from my continue from my gap scan. But it's really, remember, I don't have a watch list that I create overnight and that I look at for the next day. So you weren't here maybe, but ENR as an example, that was a now it's I don't usually trade this early, but I saw ENR. It showed up here, as a potential short, a gap down and go, earnings play. So okay, I knew it had some news. But what really intrigued me was that at this point it's an all-time low. So I didn't take it at I'm sorry. Where I ended up taking this short was it popped up a bit. Now there's this buy taking at a low. But when I saw that it was an all-time low, that got me very interested. Okay. So I don't have a watch list in my watch list is built during the day, really. Okay, of stocks that have appeared in some of my scans. And then, why did I take the BRBR? As you've probably heard me enough. It took out that 25 briefly. It was a quick trade. I was hoping it would go a lot further, but it also showed up on the gap down and reverse. Okay, gap down and reverse. What I'm looking for the BZ, only though if the market can stop continuing to move down, is maybe a break of 20. Why? Because look at all the room it's got. 21. So that's what I'm, and so I'm not going to stare at the chart. I've put a price alert around 2008, so that if the market stops doing this, if who knows, maybe we'll get a few bars in a row up. Doesn't look good now, but you never know. And so that would probably get me into BZ if it took out 20. But it don't look good now. Yeah, fresh lows for the SPY. $9, $9 pop again, drop again. ENGS, okay. Now, understand that going long anything right now, anything is a challenge. Okay, anything. I don't mean just today. I mean, till the market decides it wants to have at least one day, but anything. Now, you're talking about a swing. So, yeah. So, I mean, on the day trade, I mean, the first thing I do is I look. For me, I would not take this unless it broke through two. Number one, just I find two would be a psychological number. I mean, it's had a nice run from one to two. I'll give you that. But you would, for me, it would have to break two. It's had a miserable week last or 2 weeks ago. It's a low float. Doesn't trade very much. I mean, 335,000 shares. That's one and a half times normal. I mean, it had a huge day this day on the day it dropped, of course. So I mean, there's even if it broke two, there's 212 is today's high. It's hard though to commit to anything going. I wouldn't do anything long until the market. I'm not just talking about this one until the market stops moving down. If even on an intraday trade, I mean, a lot of times these little stocks they don't care, but I just think the overall, even the little stocks that kind of trade on their own, they're caring. It's hard to get people to get interested in these. Is there a reason why the market, from Michelle? I mean, I don't. I mean, there's lots of pundits out there who give reasons why the market is moving down every day or for the last little while. When the market was overbought, some of the economic data perhaps is not as good as they thought it would be. I mean, I don't look at the macro so much. All I know is that until the market stops moving down, you know, I'm not gonna really go long anything, or it'll be very brief. There's your next low. I mean, that 653 is very. I mean, there's a couple of days right there. So if a stock has gone up 1,000% in a day, but when did you see it? When would you have seen it? I mean, look, depends what time you can get up. I mean, I'm hampered because I'm in the west on the West Coast, but you know, in the pre-market, there are stocks that really, really, absolutely move. Okay, but you've got to be up early enough to see them, and there's a lot of volume. And what's happening now, though, is that once the mark at 9:30, the so-called market open, a lot of these stocks are just sort of fading. So it all depends on when you get up, when you see. Well, I mean, you look at the Arvin. I mean, the Arvin is up. Well, it's only up 21%, but I mean, it still is reasonably strong, I suppose. But again, it all depends when you see it. The stock that's up 1,000%, when did that start? If I were in the East Coast time zone, I'd be doing a lot more um, so-called pre-market trading. plenty of stocks that have a lot of volume, but then they just give it up, once sometimes in the pre-market, you just see the drop. Olma as an example, I mean, I don't know when that started. There's 4 o'clock. Okay, that's 4 o'clock Eastern time. That's 4 o'clock. Yeah, it's 4 o'clock Eastern time. But even at so that was really early. So that went from 868 all the way up to what, $38 or so. You could have taken it later on. Yeah, yeah, I know. William and Tyler's update. I know. All right, so here is the BZ. Okay, now is it reacting just to this? Just to that bar? I mean, you could say, there's the bar. And some of the ones that are up 1,000%, I mean, I know you're sort of exaggerating, but, 100%, 200%, some of them are not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So, it depends on that also. Yeah, I'm a little suspect of that bounce, guys. I mean, I think it's probably in tune a little bit with the market, and we can't trust the market's gonna continue for a while. I can't trust it anyway. So this one actually went positive, this, ATGL. This had a tremendous day yesterday, got up to 31, closed down here at 21. It's now above it, but look at the 200-day moving average. It's about $1 away from the 200-day. Yeah, I mean, I may be wrong about the BZ. I mean, well, you see what's happening is that it's starting to follow the market. I mean, just look at these, 2 bars right there, and look at the 2 bars right here. But do we believe that the market's going to have this nice rally? There's the VWAP. I will put a price alert at the VWAP again and see what happens. Boy, the Energizer has been a very interesting play today, guys. On the short side right off the bat, and then a beautiful recovery. It's still down 19%, but this is sort of gone into the face of the market. I mean, remember now the market was doing all this, and this was starting to run, even though it's a bad earnings play, bad in that the reaction to earnings, and it was at this point it was an all time low for the stock, an all time low for the bunny. Excuse me. Well, I mean, maybe we can trust it if it can really blast through the VWAP, okay, for a while anyway. Still down 7 points, so maybe it'll turn into an unbelievable rally day. I just have my doubts. When you enter the room, it's set to DND. I don't even know what that means. DND. I don't know what that means. Do not disturb? Okay. I should have known that, but no, I've never seen that. Well, I should have taken the BZ, but with the market doing what it's doing. Okay, guys, key right there. Look at that VWAP. Look at that purple line. 3 times to try to get through it. What will happen again at the VWAP? It means that someone has you muted. Okay. I don't know these things. Well, somebody said if you hit the mute button yourself and you put yourself on do not disturb. Yeah, but maybe people can't see. Well, you're posting, so the people must be able to see. I don't know. I don't know, Dwayne. I don't know. I have no explanation. Somebody said if you hit the mute button yourself, you turn to do not disturb. Yeah, no explanation. Sorry, Dwayne. I just don't know. I've never had the opportunity. Of course, I can't do that. But you're posting, and I see your post, so you should be good to go, regardless of what it's saying. All right. How about Gauzy? This was an earnings play a couple of days on Friday. Okay. And the high yesterday was 271. The high on Friday was 371. So I'll put a price alert in this area and see, at some point, maybe not today, maybe tomorrow, maybe never. But if it happens, I'll know about it. Put a price alert in this area. Hmm. Interesting. Is this a question, Ellie, to me, or are you just, I mean, that all that is, what I post in the pre-market. Well, yeah, well, usually around 8:30 or so Eastern time. I'm just posting some information that I get in my email. I don't, so are you asking a question by reposting all this? Well, shoot, I just outsmarted myself by not taking the BZ. But look what's happening, guys. Let's see if this actually does follow. I mean, there's the VWAP. Can this bar get through the VWAP? Oh, I see. From your experience, okay, with DND. Okay. For those of you in YouTube, I'm talking to people in our main room. All right, now JHX just made another new low here, guys. Boy, wow, this is like a real horse race, right? Look at this, guys. I mean, this is I find it fascinating. I mean, look at that VWAP. So, obviously the VWAP is dropping. It's with the price dropping down here. But look at the VWAP. A couple of attempts. Will this third attempt get through it? And well, just as I just put a price alert there. Now, getting through it and staying above it, are two different things, perhaps. But we have the three times before back in 10, 20, 25, and 30 did not get above it at all. At least this time it's above it. So maybe we're in a bit of a bounce mode. Well, obviously we're in a bounce mode, but can it be sustained? Okay, this is this one has an ETF for it. BMNR has an ETF for it. Two time. So BMNR, wow, yeah, big move for that company now. Not quite 7% up. So if you want double the move, you can buy this one. But remember, if BMNR starts to drop, say drops 1%, this will drop 2%. Well, boy, this has had a great 3 days. Massimo has not cared what the market is doing at all. Massimo, MAMO, not a lot of volume. Had earnings a few days ago, kind of muted reaction. But look at the last 3 days, including today. Yeah, man, 283 up to 445 in this market. Pretty darn good. All right, guys. Well, I put a price alert for the SPY earlier. I think what I had done is I put a price alert at the VWAP up here, and so wow, we've got one, two, three. What time is it now? 24. Almost four blue bars here. Green candles if you're using candlesticks, and that's your color. Which is why the JHX short is suspect, in my opinion. It's still a strong stock, you know. I mean, it's an earnings play. It is strong. Well, it's up 6.8%. I mean, it's faded, but somewhat, but it is strong. And for whatever reason, I put another price alert in this area, and it's taking it out. Okay, guys, I think we are officially in mini rally mode. 11:05, and it's now 11:30, so almost 25 minutes. I was actually looking maybe to take this one again, this BRBR, but it's not rallying with the market. Huh. Well, that'd be asking a bunch, but you never know. We're only down 4.7 points now. At one point, we're down almost 9, so we've recovered about half. Oh boy, LFS just had a pop. Yeah, had a pop again, guys. But yeah, I'll be honest. I'm not in tune with these small ones anymore. I haven't taken. I'm not saying I'm never going to trade these, but I'd much rather trade some of the slightly more expensive ones with higher floats. All right, guys. Well, 11:30, so we'll be taking a break in about half an hour from now. So, have any questions? Boy, ENR, what a great recovery. I mean, it's still down 17%, but what a bounce off the low today, 1762. So a $2 bounce off that low. Okay, well, there is buying now, guys. There is definitely some buying coming in. I mean, the volume is pretty good, and now we're only down 4 points on the SPY. I'm only talking the SPY. Cyberpunk, guys, CYBPH, or Cypherpunk, I guess. Yeah, Cypherpunk. On the move here, on the move, some volume coming in. High yesterday was 343, so there's room. Well, BZ continues to inch its way up, guys. BZ continues to inch its way up. It's only might even go positive. I mean, it's only down 14 cents now from yesterday's close. There it is, right there. It's interesting, with the market, with the rally, only 52% are green. It's about 50-50, 50%, oh, 50-50 red and green. So this ASC, what's the spread like? Actually, the spread is great, 2 cents over the whole number. Not an earnings play. I don't see any specific news for it. It's been not affected by the market today at all. This has been flat, 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 and then a nice move. When I say not affected by the market, you can notice it wasn't dropping like at the beginning. It was just sort of flatlining, and now a nice move with the market, perhaps, but it had not been really knocked down at the beginning because of the market. Well, on a monthly chart, where is the next high? The high is 1345, so a little bit close. Now let's see if this BZ gets stalled at the yesterday's close. Okay, I mean it's only 11 cents away. Maybe it gets stalled there and turns into an interesting short. All right, guys, give me a moment. I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, another glimpse at the market. A little red bar there, but no worries. Another blue one to take care of it. Boy, this INV that I looked at a little earlier and I bypassed it because there's that low right there at 344, but now the low 299. So it's got some room down to three. I'm not saying it's getting there, but it certainly, if it got anywhere close, that would be a nice percentage move. Got down to 310 or something from the current price, 336. Okay. TK guys, let's take a look on a monthly chart. Where could this go? I mean, it's 1043 up here. Certainly not a lifetime high, according to our. Well, you know what? I'm back to 2019, so I don't really care. So TK, no specific news on it, but it's had a nice day, obviously, compared to. Again, when I say nice day, I mean I'm looking at this action here at the beginning and then the run. Remember the action at the beginning was all down. So I'm looking for stocks that really didn't move down. They kind of flatlined for a bit and then started to move, and that's TK. Okay, let's see if the power of this bar can take out that high right there. All right, guys, maybe keep an eye on the Vanda, okay, the VNDA. I mean, it's got a ton of room, obviously, 563. This is actually an AI alert early. It actually hit the stop, but it has come back halfway between. So there is a reentry price on it at 511. Just kind of doing nothing though. You'd have some news. It was a nausea, something to do with nausea, prevent the side effects from a weight loss drug, Wegovy, and nausea. I think that's what it was all about. Yeah, so obviously MSTR is having a nice day. I mean, Bitcoin's had a bit of a pop here, up $1,400, 93. Obviously, MSTR is having a great day. It's up 6%, a little over 6%, almost called 6.4%. Well, now even more. This is the if you thought that how much volume? Not bad. This is super cheap. This is super cheap. It's a 1 to 1. So if you thought that MSTR was going to continue, so I'm wrong. Yeah, MSTR is up. Okay, give me a moment here. Okay, well, this doesn't say that it's a double, but I guess it has to be a double. This is a two-timer, MST. Now, I know there's a one that's probably got a lot more volume as MSTX. This is super cheap. If you ever thought that MSTR was really going to recover, not necessarily just today, but this probably has a lot more volume. Yeah, 18 million. This is well, this is cheap too. This is probably the one I would concentrate on. It's got a lot more volume, 18 million. It definitely says it's a two-time long for MSTR. You're right, I guess, because that's slightly less. Surprised it doesn't say that it's a 1.5. Thank you, Ty. Come on, market, hold on, hold on. Well, obviously, this has got some room, guys. The GDTC, it's got to get through the VWAP again. But if it does, it did earlier. So why not put a price alert around 229? See if it gets up there. Number one, that would mean it was above the VWAP again. And then when you look left, obviously, you got has some room. Singapore, 4.5 million in the float. Saying they completed the acquisition of T-cell technology from the UK to treat cancers in China and India. Okay. Okay, guys, it's 11:49, so I am going to put the YouTube link in here. Chris will definitely be taking over for me in about 10 minutes from now. So you can head over and listen to Chris. He'll be there from 12 to 1 Eastern time as I take my break. Just keeping an eye on this. Not looking quite as good, guys. We've got, that little blue bar in between all these red bars. Well, I obviously missed the boat on the ARVN, guys. I mean, I was waiting for a break of the VWAP and it did it, but obviously that would have been awesome. Taking it there would have been about a 40 or 50 cent move on a $13 stock. That would have been good. But for those of you, if you've got this gap continuation or reversal scan, you can see right there, 1320, right at 945. Now, would have been a challenge to take it there and hold on, but here's a new one coming in here, guys. KYTX. KYTX. Let's see what it's doing. Next high looking left is a little too close. I mean, if it got through that 769, then the next high is up here at over 8. Not bad if it gets through that high right here. But a nice, pretty nice run. Good volume, a million plus, 3.2 times normal. Pretty low float, 33 million, not high, but not low. Sorry, not a high float. And when I talk about the float, I'm just saying, with that sort of a float, it could have some run in it. It's quite the formula. I've seen you post that before. Unusual tech. Remember, if you're going to, if you know how to do this, I mean, it has to be copied exactly. Okay, don't miss a parentheses or anything. For instance, don't get understand that there's another parentheses right there. Okay, it has to be copied exactly. Make sure you've got the two parentheses to start, the two to end. Don't forget that one right there. And that's for those of you who know how to create a custom formula. Well, Arvin, too bad for me. I'm sure some of you must have taken that. I mean, look at the room it's got. We already talked about how much room, and that red line right there, that is the next high on a daily chart. And that is at around 1853. So it still has $4.50 to that next high. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but that's where it is. And BZ, another high. All right, guys, I'm going to put just going to put my my announcement up here. Sometimes Chris shows up a little bit earlier than noon. Let me take a look at financials here. They were got below the 200-day moving average yesterday, but still closed above it. Same thing today. It got below the 200-day moving average, but it is still a little bit above it. Financials, guys. That's it takes out the 200-day. Look out in a big way. When I say look out, I mean talking about the overall market. Actually, that looks like a parentheses up here too. So there are three up here, right? Just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm back. All right, I just heard a little pop in our YouTube room, so I'm going to assume that, excuse me, that Chris is there. So, guys, I am putting myself on here, the mad typer at work. I am going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys at about 1 o'clock. And now I can welcome Mr. Christopher Varley, whose internet is obviously sturdy today.
Yes. some high gusty winds the last couple of days took us out for a few hours yesterday. It was less than fun, and I could get the hotspot to kind of work from my phone, but not enough to stream. That was for sure.
Yeah. How does that work for your hotspot? I've never had a hotspot before.
It's all
I
right
mean, that
if I'm
sounds
not.
crazy.
Yeah,
I've never had
if
a
I'm not
hotspot.
doing anything major, it works okay. So, for example, like I'm in, I'm very involved with softball and little league stuff here.
Right, right.
When we're having our meetings or anything like that, and I'm doing stuff on the laptop for that, with spreadsheets or anything, I'm able to access like Google Docs and things like that through the hotspot on my laptop. But
So it
you
gives you
start trying
full
to
internet connection, like a full internet connection?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
It's
Okay.
not the strongest, and depends on what I'm doing and also what the signal to my phone is as well. But
But in a
yeah,
pinch,
it makes for a good
okay.
substitute.
I mean, I've heard about hotspots forever, but I've never had the occasion to even try or really needed to try. But all right. And how about Net? How about Cloudflare going berserk this morning? And Twitter was down, and
That was interesting. What's funny is I was looking at something actually baseball related on Twitter, and then I couldn't get the video to load. And I was like, oh my God, my internet's down again. What are the odds 2 days in a row? Nobody's going to
yeah,
believe me.
exactly. That's what I was thinking because I thought, oh man, is something going on with my computer? It's been so beautiful, for the last couple of months. Is something going on? But so I'm
Yeah.
always glad when it's affecting millions of people and not just me.
It's that, well, as I say, it's much better when there's a lot of people infected instead of one, because then it's easy to get resolved. When it's just
That's
one,
right. They
you
get
kind
the
of
memo.
SOL.
All right, my friend, I will take off for now, and I'll see you in about an hour.
All right, sounds good. Have a good break, Barry. So, all right, everybody. Barry making his way to a break, and obviously I was unable to do yesterday, but I was very lucky. I'm lucky in general, work with some great folks like Steve and Andy and Barry, and Steve stepped up and helped me out yesterday. I'll fill in today. We make a nice trade like that. And here we are. So as per usual, don't do any pre-done content for this. Rely on you folks to drive the content with your questions. Hopefully you have a plethora of them between all of you. And if not, as usual, do my best to keep this informative and engaging relative to software and the market. So floor is open. Don't be shy. Please get some questions in for me. We'll take it, whatever direction with the software we like. Of course, if that's not to be, we'll figure something out. So, all right, a moment or two, ticking on the clock, and nothing so far. So, I'd mentioned a few weeks ago, I guess now, I think it's 2 weeks ago, give or take. I created this new compare count window with stocks above the 50-day simple moving average and stocks below the 50-day simple moving average, making new highs and lows on the day. And we could see we are tipped pretty good on the scales to the bearish side today. On the 30-day high versus lows, we're looking at the same thing there as well. So the market has, it's gapped down and it's traded down. It's attempted some bounces here. Not a lot of direction, to be honest. I guess that's the word I'm looking for. So I'll throw up a SPY chart here and kind of walk through some of this for a little bit, I guess, in hopes that someone's got a question wants to interrupt this. But 60-minute chart here, you can see a nice little gap down, traded down. We bounced, continued to bounce. But during that bounce period, we also made a new low on the day. And then we bounced some more here. So kind of just grinding sideways, slightly down at the moment. And we'll see what that means. It's just kind of interesting, Really testing this level in here again. Bang, bang, bang. So we'll see what we can do, but it's now, an awfully long time in comparison to what we've had for a while, not really going anywhere. Yeah, you're going to want to bear with me. Let me pull up the YouTube screen here so I can show you what you want. Bear with me, bear with me. So, all right, come to this here. I guess you could use either one of those links, but all right, hold on. Copy. Let me drop this link for you to access. All right, so if you go to that link there, you're going to see two different options for the stream. You got this one, that's the mobile version there, and then you have this one here. That's going to be the more full screen one. And the mobile one's got this little device looking thingy on it as well. And so that's what you'll have going on there. And actually, I haven't clicked on it myself. So there we go. Yeah, so that's what you'll get if you click on the mobile looking one there. And then if we go back and click on this one here, we will see not so mobile looking. Got the full screen now. So that should get you where you're looking for there, 3 sharp. And let me move that out of the way now. And there we go. Is it a correction? No, a correction is until we're down 10%. And between 10 and 20% from the market highs. It's the textbook definition of a correction. I believe we're down 3%-ish right now. So in all honesty, you could barely call this a pullback at this point. That's from my 2 cents anyways. I'm comfortable saying anybody under the age of 40 seems to be conditioned that the market only goes up with the exception of flash bear markets for the most part. And what do I mean by that? And then I'll go into, some more thoughts on now. Not that I have any, I like to very much stress this. I have no special insight whatsoever. I look at charts just like anybody else. And technical analysis is subjective, and that's all I can say. And I like trends, but let's hit the way back machine here. And at the end of 2018, coming into 2019, we had a technical bear market right there that lasted, I don't know, a week or 3 maybe. And that happened when the Fed had first said that they were going to start tightening up things, rates, some quantitative tightening and things like that. The market didn't like having their heroin taken away from them, so they reacted thusly. The Fed then put the brakes on some of that stuff, and the market reacted positively. Then you have COVID flash right here. And then you've got this bear market that happened here in 2022 into 2023. That's their most prolonged bear market for a while. And then you've got this flash bear market that happened here again in, I guess the bottom was April 7th. Don't quote me on that, but somewhere around April 7th was the bottom before we springboarded up to this. So, we're putting in our first red monthly candle in quite a while. So, we call it a pullback at this point, I guess. What do I think the reason for it is? The market doesn't like BS. The market doesn't like nonsense. The market doesn't like uncertainties. So, we've got all this uncertainty around the economic data that wasn't released for October now. And I think, anybody out there that is, truly a participant in paying attention to this stuff realizes that, cost of living continues to be an issue. Inflation is not in the rearview mirror at this point. How much is it not in the rearview mirror at this point? That's up for debate and what numbers you want to use. And I'm not going to get into all the, all the things that we could get into about, false numbers and stuff like that. The bottom line is the market doesn't like anybody thinking it's smarter than it. And with all that uncertainty going on right now, this is what you're getting. You're getting this kind of really chop you up grind you down a few days, get a bounce, grind you down a few more days and get a bounce. So I think that's my 2 cents on it. My other thing is this: does the news lead the market or does the market lead the news? Right? I'll let people debate that. I'm not going to debate that. And what I like to give an example of on this is this. This is the best and most recent example I can give you on this. So if we move back to just before the bear market this earlier year happened, you got this moment here where we're grinding through the end of last year. We make a move up and a pullback, and we make a move up, and then all of a sudden something happens. We don't go anywhere for quite a few months. But while we're not going anywhere, we get these little sell-offs, pullbacks, make an all-time high. A sell-off, a pullback, make an all-time high. And then we got the collapse, right? But the collapse didn't really happen until that tariff news came in. However, the market wasn't going anywhere for that entire time. Not only was the market not going anywhere for that entire time, look what happens to the volume. Before we even crash, we're moving down in volume. We're moving sideways here. Look at how nicely that all lines up, right? We're not going anywhere. Not going anywhere with less and less conviction. Then as the sell-off accelerates or begins and then accelerates, we get the move up in volume. Then we get the capitulation here. And we get a V recovery, muted volume, right? What do we got going on here now? Outside of these couple of that all-time high right there and this move right here, we haven't gone anywhere in a while. But what's the difference? Volume has stayed pretty consistent. So the market is looking for some clarity and some direction. It wants to know more about job numbers. It wants to know more about inflation. And it wants to know what the Fed is going to do. That's kind of where we're at with things. I don't particularly care for macro views on things. And the reason I don't care for macro views on things is because the macro view is always bearish. The macro view it's simply put, it's always bearish. But what do we know about the market? We're in a bull market about 75% of the time. We're in a bear market about 25% of the time. So, macro view is a glasses fell off the table and broke kind of view, not even glasses half empty view. And that's why I don't, pay attention to it. I think I'm a big fan of Matthew Verdow and the CMT, and he has a saying that we're technicians that live in a fundamental world, and there's no two ways about that. There's no denying that. So that's that. But what we can control, because we can't control any of this stuff, the thing we can control is our risk and exposure and our timing to our risk and our time in the risk. And so, hindsight's always 20/20, and it's easy to look back and say, "Oh, what a great trend! I should have been in that." Right? You gotta look at some tea leaves. You gotta look left. You gotta, try to identify: are we changing in a trend? If I believe we're changing in a trend, I want to participate, whether it's the market or a stock. And then once we're participating, we have to decide: is the trend still going while I'm in it? And at what point has that merry-go-round stopped and you need to be hopping off before everybody else hops off before you? So we're left with that question right now. Has the merry-go-round stopped? Does it just slow down? I have no idea. What I can tell you is I have no positions. I've reduced exposure, outside of my long-term retirement stuff, obviously. So that's where we are with that kind of stuff. So Steve, welcome. Glad to have you here. There's always a next thing, and some of the next things last longer than other next things. A next thing that lasted a while, a year and a half, something like that, maybe a little longer, was China back in let's say 17 through maybe sometime in 2018. Year and a half ish, maybe a touch more. Anything China related was great. And then, a flash in the pan. Next thing was the NFT phase. Anybody that got on the right side of that early on obviously did themselves very well. And anybody that was late to it got slaughtered, essentially. The AI thing has been the next thing for a hot minute here. It probably will continue to be the next thing for a little bit. But no way to really predict that, and it's going to have exhaustion and, all those things like that. So a lot of poor sentiment about AI right now and, a general discourse right now. So it's, having a negative impact on a number of AI stocks, and which is obviously having a negative impact on the overall market. And, that would lead me into saying bubbles are great. I think, people can say what they want about bubbles. I think the people that hate bubbles the most are the ones that either lose money on them or watch them happen and don't make any money on them. Recognizing we're in a bubble, how you can participate in it while managing risk like a mature adult or a professional, That's what we're striving to be here. You're going to come out ahead more times than not if you're truly managing and, doing your work, whether it's on the fundamental or technical side or some combination thereof. And, bubbles have been going on for as long as there's been markets. That's never going to stop unless, things become completely regulated, which would then mean we don't have innovation, right? Bubbles create innovation, and then from the ashes rise the winners. Think of the dot-com bubble and, the phoenixes that rose from those ashes, things of that nature. I don't know, there's a lot to be said now at this point of, winners are being picked and chosen by those that get the bailouts and things like that since the financial crisis. And I can't really argue against much of that, but, they're the outliers that don't fit all those narratives. So, is what it is. So with that said, market's making a move back down again right now. Testing back at that 660 level. So we'll see here. And again, anybody with questions, do not hesitate. Get those questions in. Here to help. Especially if we've got software questions. Outside of that, I don't know. There's not a whole lot else to talk about on the market right now. Really, truly in a wait and see moment, and depending on what you do with the time frame, market looks different. Look, here's actually, I want to bring out I have the picture-in-picture chart over here, but I want to bring up a different picture-in-picture chart. Well, that didn't do what I wanted it to. Bear with me. All right. Any day now, chart. All of a sudden, my computer's decided to come to a screeching halt. So, yeah, what I was going to illustrate here is I got this, very nice trend going on here on the daily chart right up and through here. We're moving sideways. That uptrend isn't truly going on at this point. We look at a monthly chart, right? Barely a blip on the pullback at this point on the monthly chart. So time frame matters, but don't use time frame as an excuse to not follow a plan is all. Make sure that your plan fits the time frame you're looking for, or the time frame fits your plan, however you want to call that. How's Chrisen? Finding I need a different strategy for each different day. there's no, from my experience, there's no strategy that works every single day. I think Barry is a good example of that, in the sense of Barry's got, I don't know how many go-to scans at this point, but he rotates through them. And some of those scans he doesn't use for a year or more, and then all of a sudden they come back in and they're favored for months and months, and then they stop working and he moves back on to another one. But essentially Barry's got, a number of different scans over the years that he rotates in and out of. I don't know, a dozen scans. I'm not sure what it is at this point. I don't get to spend time in the room with Barry like I used to way back when, before I was a employee here. Because before I worked here, I was in that trader's room, as much as I could be with my out of the house job. But I was in there a lot. I was in there, almost every day, at least a couple of hours, basically. So that's the key there, is finding what works. And then when it stops working, the next thing, but keep in mind what you had prior, may come back to work again. I'd apply that same thing to the money machine, to be honest. I'd apply that same thing to the money machine. Find something that works for a hot minute. When it stops working, put it to the side, right? Work on something else, and then, come back and revisit it when maybe market conditions are in the ballpark of what they were before. That would be my 2 cents on that. Been trying to balance the technical with the news and corporate action. Seems like I'm doing something wrong, maybe. Steve, if you're new in general, you got to give it time. Hopefully you start with some paper trading, and keep a journal of what you entered, why you entered it, stop, the reason for entry, your management plan, and then if it works, you write down why it worked. If you can think of things that could have made it work better, add those into the entry. If it didn't work, same thing, flip side, why it didn't work, what adjustments you could make to possibly have it work better, or if it could have never worked, why it could have never worked. And I think if you keep a running log like that, you're going to find what your sins are, what works well, what doesn't work well. And that's, really, that was the basis for a lot of what I do now at this point, as far as my trading goes. So that would be my 2 cents there. To each their own on everything. I do not pay attention to the news in any way, shape, matter, or form. I've not watched cable news or local news or any other news in quite some time. I do, I come across stuff when I'm scrolling through Twitter. If there starts to be too much news on my Twitter feed, I start marking all the things not relevant, so it stops coming through. A lot of people never believe me when I say this, but I just don't care what's happening. I couldn't possibly, it would be impossible for me to care less. I'm sorry that there are bad things going on around the world, and I hate that that happens, but not going to let it affect what I have going on. But that's just my 2 cents. I consider the news noise. Other people don't. They trade off the news very well, and that's, that's why I would never argue with it. But it's something I think for people to consider. I'm not the only one that really tunes out the news. So definitely something to consider. A 10% correction would be 62.30. Interesting. Okay. 62.30. So I don't know if that would be on the SPY around that area, but I know the SPY and the S&P are not exactly in lockstep. It's not like a times 10 thing where just move the decimal place. They're close, but not quite there. And then, on the software, I guess it, my journey on the software is different than I think most people's. Before I subscribed to Trade Ideas, I was in the trader's room with Barry and, whoever else was around at that time. Like all the time for months before I subscribed to the software, from, let's say, the very beginning of April of 2017 until I took a subscription. I took what it was called a test drive back then at the beginning-ish of July of 2017, and then subscribed afterwards. So, and I was we had these webinars that were done regularly on the software and whatever else. And so I'd been going them for a long time. So I guess by the time I joined the software, I already kind of had a leg up in that regard. Once I joined, all came fairly easily to me, the software itself. But like I said, I'd had months of kind of looking things over. The trading part did not come easy to me. Two completely different things, that's for sure. Alondra, if the money machine, you need to have a premium subscription, number one, meaning you have access to Holly, if and back testing and things like that. And then you need to be on the alpha version of the software. So you need to go to help. You need to be on the premium first. If you're not on premium, then you wouldn't get access to the money machine anyways. And the money machine is just in paper mode right now. Only paper mode. Live is coming. I can't tell you when, only because I don't know when. Then you need to make sure you're on version 5.7.5. That's what you all have access to at this point. And you can find that on the download page. So here's our download page. And you want to download this version here. So that's how you can access the money machine. But if you're on basic, you don't get money machine access. And again, money machine is only in paper mode. Our paper trader. No, you can't use it on another broker's paper trader. Do I know why you can't use the right click on your charts? It would be a local issue. It wouldn't be something we haven't made any changes. So this is something that was working yesterday and not working today. It would have to be a local issue there, Strange. What it is, you look at Windows settings, the best I could say, and look to see if Microsoft changed something on your end. Same with the left click, right click, it wouldn't matter. There's nothing that we've changed that, we don't have a way to push stuff out to client side like that without an update to the software. The only thing we can push out is server side things. So like if we made a change to a filter, an alert or something like that, if we made a change to, scans in the channel bar, but we don't, things that are client side, this is a client side feature. When I right click or when I right click, and the same thing on the left click, if I grab and, move things around, that's a client side thing. That's not a server side thing. So sorry, I don't have an answer for you. Like I said, I would start with, I would come in here to, I guess, I don't even know what you'd look at in those settings. Home. Devices, I guess. Mouse. So I'd look in here under your devices and see if there's anything in here that maybe got you impacted. No, I can't say it's been that long for me. I stopped, watching any kind of cable news, news in general. I wouldn't consume news from anywhere else anyways. Sometime in 2016, early 2016. All right, folks, don't be shy. If you got more questions, pump those in, pump those in. Well, that's why there's no drag without the browser interface. You can't click and drag the non-browser charts. It doesn't exist as a feature. It's only a feature on the browser charts. And if you're on, I think you got to be on version 5.6.108 or something like that. Whatever our current beta is, you have to be on that for that feature. So that's why it's not an issue with the software. That's how the feature works. Tough watching all this time. Unless it's going down to take some swing trades, but can't do it. Yeah, that's exactly it. There's no point in what's the first thing a stock has to do in order to go up? Stop going down. Yeah, it's not possible. It's strange. It couldn't have worked without the browser interface check. It's just not. It's not in the client. It's not a design. In order to get this click and drag, you have to have the browser interface. The legacy charts just don't have or never had that feature. So like this middle 60-minute chart, I'm clicking and trying to drag. It's not a feature. It doesn't exist like that. So you got to have the browser interface in order to have the click drag. Boy, we're starting to make a bit of a sell-off now. So let's see, SPY's down a little over 1% at this point. And see those new lows really making a break on two different fronts here. And the new highs really breaking down. Yeah, and just keep in mind, things that worked before, good chance they won't work afterwards, or not right away or for a long time, where we might see some other stuff in the market begin to take root and become the leaders in the market. So a couple of different ways to track and see where to turn to. One is obviously sector ETF list, and start to look at what's once we start once we stop really moving down, whenever that is, whether it's tomorrow or in a year from now, start to see what's the best performing sector over the last 5 days, 10 days, and do those look like sectors that have some legs on them, or they're just kind of getting the attention for a day or two. Another way I like to do it is also two things. One, I look at the scan here, my evening scan, and start to go through charts, and I try to see, is there a theme in the charts there? Are they retail heavy? Are they energy heavy? Are they tech heavy? Are they healthcare heavy? Things like that. And also new all-time high scan that I have. Lifetime highs, whatever you want to call it. Sorry, looking for that scan because I was going to load it out. So, I'm looking at, it's stocks that are within 15% of their all-time highs, essentially. And I have them ordered, descending from the most up to most down. I start to go through these and look at the stocks that are, making new all-time highs. And then the same kind of thing, what stocks are leading the charge into the all-time highs. Interestingly enough, here's Lilly, right? Let me get rid of one of these because it's just too much for my computer. So yeah, we got Lilly, Johnson & Johnson, Gilead. I saw someone else in here. Lilly, Johnson & Johnson. Where did they go? Is that AstraZeneca? Yep, AstraZeneca. I just saw another. Yeah, AstraZeneca, Johnson. Well, anyways, that's 4 right there. So interestingly enough, you got 4 pharmaceutical / healthcare companies. So what does that tell us, Kind of interesting. Kind of some flight to safety names. So is TJ Maxx is another what I consider flight to safety name. As well. No idea. All right. A utility company here. I think this is energy or utility. Yeah, I knew that's it's natural gas. So some interesting ones in here up at the top. And Electronic Arts is an outlier. So you got a lot of energy and some medicals in there. You have defensive names. So I do find that fairly interesting. Like I said, quite a bit of uncertainty right now. The market does not like uncertainty. And I don't think the market likes uncertainty with, the end of the year approaching, Thanksgiving, Hanukkah, Christmas. All those things like that. The market wants things quiet going into the end of the year, and it does not have quiet right now. Don't be shy. Don't be shy, everybody. We got some more questions. Yeah, utilities are a flight to safety. They're generally a flight, not always, but generally they're a flight to safety. Let's look at the XLU, the Utes. So not far off a lifetime high. That right there, and we've got the lifetime high right there. I'm certainly making higher highs and higher lows. You get to make a new higher high to keep this trend going eventually. See what happens with that. Interestingly enough, I'll bring it back over. IHE Pharmaceuticals making new all-time highs. And it's outside of the VXX, which is, I don't think that's useful for anything at this point, but to each their own. And the B dry, which are your dry shippers, that is your number one performer right now the last 5 days, followed by a good little bit back, a little over 1% back over the last 5 days. The bio XBI in the bio, IBB even further down the line. That is quite the move in the IBB, actually. Wow. Huh. That got away from, that snuck up on me. Huh. That is just off all-time highs. And we got to hit the Wayback Machine to find that. We got to come all the way back into 2021 to find the all-time highs on that. This thing just came rocking out of nowhere. Look at that. XBI, I imagine, is much of the same. Ain't that something? Yeah, Loans, I addressed it after you'd mentioned something before. I'm guessing you didn't hear that. If you can confirm for me now, you're here and you're listening, I could go back over that again. And so there's a healthcare fund as well, pushing up on new all-time highs. More healthcare, consumer staples. So again, Alondra, if you're here, you're listening, let me know. I didn't, but I'm here now. Okay, so first, let's start with this. Are you on a premium subscription? Do you have access to Holly? Because if you don't have access to Holly, it's a moot point. You don't have access to the money machine. And while we're doing this, folks, anybody else with questions, don't be shy. I can multitask, get those in. All right, so you've got premium. The next thing is to take the menu bar here, go to help and go to about. And whatever version you have here, please type that in. Let me know what version you're on here. You see right there, version. I'll tell you the number right there. So again, that's help and about. Help, about. And you'll get the version right there. So let me know what version you're on, please. VLO, is that Valero? It is Valero. I believe Valero's refinery only at this point. TI, more oil and gas. Turn. So again, on that version of the software, if you could kindly let me know what version you're on, we can continue to move forward. Wow, look at that. Quite the turn here. But not quite the same turn here. The new lows have fallen off the map, but the new highs aren't spiking here, but they are here. Yeah, so you need to be on our latest alpha version. So let me do this again. Bear with me while I get the pages up. So on our download page, which I'm going to share a link to, there you go. So on our download page, you need to be on the alpha version with the money machine, this right here. So you need to download and install that version. Once you have downloaded and installed that version, you are going to look at this page down here that I'm going to give you, and there'll be a video there for you. Be a couple of videos, and that will walk you through the basics of the money machine. So download and install that right there, Money Machine Alpha. Once you've done that, the last link that I shared, you will head to that link to go over some money machine items. The RSP, I hadn't thought about that one in a hot minute. It's your equal weighted S&P 500. Look at that. This thing has gone nowhere since July. Look at the volume on it, though. Interesting. You are welcome. Let me know if you have any troubles with that, with those items on the way through there. I'm here for about another 15 minutes, give or take, before Barry comes back from his break. So as you get moving along on that, just let me know if you have questions. So again, don't be shy. Anybody with questions? At the bottom of our list here. Charles Schwab. XLF. Financials looking a little sick right now. That's not awesome. Oops. Bank of New York. Quick fall from another from its all-time high that just made the other day. Cisco. Very positive reaction from its earnings here. Giving some back. Had some room to test before that low and then starts filling the gap afterwards, possibly. So, all right. Lows are continuing to quiet down, but the highs are also now quieting down with it. We've got even more of a correlation there on the 30 days. What's the IWM doing? IWM continues to break down a bit. Be an interesting area for it to come and test. Again, folks, got a few minutes here. Don't be shy. Get some questions in for me. I will say it's still a good amount of stocks that are within 10% of their all-time highs. Well, I think that I think it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be a mute reaction. Obviously, there's always three outcomes. Up, down, and nothing-ish. But I don't think we'll see either one of those. I don't think we'll see that at all. There's part of me that can't help think about the market itself, with the sideways kind of maybe getting a little heavy look right now, that regardless of what happens, the market's just waiting to sell off on NVIDIA, no matter what it does, at least as a knee-jerk reaction. That's just a worthless kind of thought that I have. I say worthless because I'm not going to play it one way or the other. If I'm right, yay, great, I was right. And if I was wrong, I don't really have a position for it to impact me, so I don't care that I'm wrong, But, it's been a while since we've done any real sell-off, so it just seems reasonable that we'll get a bit of one. Will we? I don't know. Those that have been around long enough know how I feel like when someone's like, well, the market is due for, a bounce, or the market is due for a sell-off. Like, no, it's not. The market isn't due to do anything. The market's going to do whatever it does. Just because it's been up 10 days in a row, for example, does not mean it's due for a down day. Just because it's been down 10 days in a row does not mean it's due for an update. It's not due for anything. Sure, you want to try to apply statistics and probability, that's fine, but the market's not a coin that you're flipping. That's just not the way the market works. It never has been, and it never will be. I do not consider. I don't look at crosses. If that's kind of what you're looking at, I do not look at crosses. I don't care about crosses. I like things that indicate like a real trend. So I use this multi-period low of 20 days. I like that. The trade wave, which I have here, those are crosses. And they indicate an EMA cross, and it creates this kind of cloud. And then as, the moving averages move apart, the cloud widens essentially. So that would be your convergence, divergence, I'm guessing that you're referencing. I think it's a great tool. I think especially if you're someone newer in the market and you're newer to trading, I think it's an excellent tool for helping identify change in trend, and then help you to stay in that trend if it's changed or not. I had long since moved past that kind of stuff when the trade wave came out, so it just wasn't my cup of tea. One of the things I can say with the trade wave is this: when you've got, sideways action, like with any cross, you can get chopped to pieces. So you get, a cross. Sorry, I'm trying to get my drawing tool. So you get a cross down here and a cross back up and a cross back down, and you'd have just been chopped out of multiple positions based on that, before you got kind of a release back to this side, right? So trend, crosses are great, but they're not like an end all be all signal for anything. They're a, hey, let's pay attention. Something could be happening. Oh, we got to move up again here, and this continues to fall. So that's interesting. I'll be interested to see once the market finds its footing and turns back, bullish again, what this window looks like. Because I've only seen it since we've been kind of selling off the last week plus. I'm using the word sell off very, very liberal on that word sell off, because 3% ish off all time highs is not exactly what I would consider a sell off. I would just say that we have pulled back slightly. But there is, without a question, a large pool of traders out there that live on the crosses and do quite well. I don't know whether I've never thought about NVDA paying a dividend. What is their dividend? Obviously, I could look it up, but I'll do that afterwards, maybe. I'd guess maybe 2 or 3% dividend. Oh, you know what chart might be interesting to look at? Netflix just did a reverse, not a reverse split. They did a stock split. They just split, right? Yeah, they just did a split. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before. Well, today's Tuesday, so I think they did it yesterday. Yeah, I could look it up also. So, all right, market's got a bit of a bounce going on right now. Trying to go positive on the day here. Made a new high on the day here. We'll see what happens. 4 cents a share each quarter. So that's not even like 1% dividend, is it? Yeah, those cheapos. Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody's buying NVIDIA for their dividend anyways. I think it's kind of funny, that's all. Can't help but laugh at something like that.
So guys, can you hear me in YouTube right now? Chris,
Yes.
I cannot hear you. I'm sure you're talking. I cannot hear you. Just wanted to see you guys can hear me though.
Huh. Yeah, I can hear you. Wait, can you hear me?
Okay. So Chris, I cannot hear you for some reason. I cannot hear you. I know we talked when I handed it over to you. So how about I just take it right now? I apologize if I'm talking over you. I just can't hear you. Okay. So why don't I just take it over now? Okay. And thanks a lot. I have no idea, why I can't hear you. Okay, guys. So I know I'm back in YouTube. You guys can hear me. You guys can hear me now in the main room. And let me just get my music going and then we're good to go.
Barry, can you still not hear me?
Action, when I came back, I saw this, I said, oh, well, whatever. And now somebody said there might have been a tweet or something like that. And yeah, look at this. Nice move. We're almost, my goodness, imagine if we went at least neutral. Meanwhile, VNDA has had a decent little move. Okay, I was watching this. I didn't take it. I was on my break, but I see it had a nice little move when it finally took out 5 again, got up to 540, hanging in, still has room. 563 is the next high, looking left. And BZ, yeah, man, just continued to move. It's obviously gone positive now. Yeah, it's just barely gone positive, up 12 cents from yesterday's close. Arvin, Arvin is, I mean, I may have to take this one later. I mean, this is still, it's just basing right here, 14. So it's not parabolic right now. Had a parabolic move, but right now it's kind of basing somewhat. And again, looking left, I mean, there is that next high on the daily chart way up here at 1847. So Olma, guys, I mean, this is now holding 20 again, little pop off 20, OLMA, little pop off 20. So it's kind of some late ones on the gap scanner. Usually get these ones so late because when a stock usually has broken the high or the low of the day a lot earlier than now. But let's take a look at JKS. Oh, there's a press conference. Okay. And I looked at this. This I really thought this could be an excellent short. We got the alert at 1820. Of course, as always, I'd wait for the 18 break. Why would it be a great looking short? Because look left, and the next low is 1582. So I thought if it could take out 18, and this came in the the gap down and go. But I'm liking this as a overall watch list for the day. Obviously, maybe my bias will be in the direction of the alert, but it doesn't have to be all day. Especially, if market conditions are like this and you've got a gap up and reverse, but at the time you might have had the reverse, but if the market's going to do this, you might get a gap up and reverse and then a reverse again up. Boy, BZ, just a like a gentle trade, guys. I call these like very gentle trades. Look at the wave on the 5 minute. Not never. Yeah, they didn't get pierced on the bottom here. Look at this. It didn't get a bar moving down below the low of the wave, and just sort of riding it high, riding it, riding it, riding it. Yeah, this ANVS, I noticed it here. So this is, I mean, it's still got room. Yesterday's high, $4, still has 40 cents to that next high. All right, guys, 105. So what I'm going to do now is just go over my homepage one last time for the day. Thank you, Pepe. I took a look at all this. It looks, yeah, I didn't see that. I don't know where you found that, but to disable, I didn't see that on the homepage. But anyway, to disable that Mars, it looks pretty simple. All right, guys. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. As always, at the top, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Doesn't matter what type of plan, either standard or premium. Okay, it's 15% off the first month of either of those two plans, or 15% off the entire year of either of those two plans. All I ask, please use my code. If you're going to take out a subscription at some time in the future, helps to keep the rooms free. The company tracks the use of the promo codes. They see my code being used often enough, they'll keep the rooms free. For those of you who are in YouTube right now, there is another room, another trading room, okay? And here's how you can get in. You just click on that. It is free also. There's a lot more action in this room, more interaction amongst traders. You can stay on YouTube if you want, of course, no problem. But if you're looking for a little more interaction, come into the main room. So if you've just taken out a subscription, first thing to do is go to the education section and scroll down and getting started with trade ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. Mandatory. That's the first thing you must do. You don't have trade ideas, but you're wondering about the program, start off with that second video and go to the end. It should give you an idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, a free series of videos for those of you who are new to trading. There are 15 videos. Last, if you're looking for some of the things that I'm sharing, scans, races, top lists, things like that, here they are. So this is the one you can see. The gap continuation or reversal is right here. Here are the halts resumes is down here. This is the movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. These are the ones that I'm using. Well, I call the halts resumes more of information, but to generate ideas, this is what I'm using all day long. But as you can see, I do have other things that I'm sharing. This is what I do use in the pre-market. I don't have it up and running right now, but pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market in order to identify the stocks that, who knows, maybe they'll keep running once the market opens. Okay, but I do have other scans that I'm sharing, including a couple of races, a momentum scan, and this Pepe combo scan. Scan. Did I say, what did I say? Scan. So if you have any questions about them, just let me know. All right, guys. Now listen, the AARVN just had a little pullback, and now back over 14. Okay, the high of the day. I'm so tempted. 14.16 is the high of the day. I don't feel like I'm chasing it. We've sort of been basing for a while. It's up that high of the day. We'd have a late day run. Not a low float, 64 million, not crazy high, but it's not certainly not a low float. Boy, easy, just inch by inch, penny by penny, guys. Just a nice, easy. I don't mean easy. Nothing's easy, but relaxing trade. Oh man, what a bounce! Oh shoot, this was a great bounce, guys. JX, JHX, great bounce off that VWAP. So even though this was, a gap up and reverse, this is what you call a gap up and reverse and reverse. Gap up, reverse, and then reversed. Well, this again, another one. This is an earnings play, LFMD, another earnings play, a ton of room, of course. $5 is the next high. This is showing up on the gap up, gap down in reverse. Still down 18%. So this is a slightly different look, okay, of the gap reversal. Now, gap reversals are there? No, okay. This is just reversals. Yeah, and that makes sense. But it doesn't have to be a new high of the day. It could be a new 5-minute high. So as we start getting fewer and fewer of these ones, I may take a look at something like this, and you can see what happened. A 5-minute low. Okay, a 5-minute low. That's what this was all. That's what this is all about. All right, guys, this is getting very interesting for me. Okay, ARVN. It is now, it's still strong. I mean, the wave is still there. The blue wave is still there. Did not take out that high yet. That blue line there would turn green if it did. My friend from a while ago, guys, the BRBR over 25 again. All right, guys, getting interest. Okay, it did pop above 25. I'm going to wait to see if it pops above 25 again, maybe for the second time. That might get me into it. A little buy flag there. Still waiting on the ARVN to see if it takes out that trigger. I think my triggers are on 1416. Doesn't mean I'm going to take it right at 1416. I just want to I want to see if it gets there. All right, guys, let's see if it has any legs now. It's taking this out. It's trying to make maybe a break, another break, late day break. What time is it now? 118. So let's see if this has a late day break in it. It's I'm talking about the ARVN. All right, BRBR. Do I do it? Might be too late. I think I'm a little too late. I wanted to get it right around here, 2507. I mean, if it packs on 40 cents, that won't matter, but There's that LFMD, guys. I mean, this is not the room. It takes out four. It's got a ton of room. Excuse me, up to five. All right, guys. Well, LFMD, it almost got through four. I think it got right to four. Right to four. All right, guys. Well, as I wait to see if the ARVN has a pop in it, kind of right where I bought it. So I'm going to hang on. Here's a new one. BKKT, guys. BKKT, and a new one. And now, would I take it? Well, 1841 is the next high. It's so close to that whole number. Drives me crazy. I just don't like taking stocks so close to the whole number. I want to see that whole number break. The problem is if it breaks it, you're pretty close to the 1835. If the next high was 1955, it'd be way different. A whole number like 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, like a whole number. I just have this thing about taking a stock very close. You see 1785, so it's 15 cents away from 18. That's the whole number of 18. I usually like to wait for the break of the whole number. And that's just me. That's not a strategy. It's just the way I look at things. It's just sort of to me, it's just sort of a psychological barrier. And some whole numbers are more psychological than others, 5, 10, 25, 50, 100, things like that. Those are those can be very psychological to get through. Well, I may be dumping my ARVN, a little profit in it, but now it's starting to. I don't want to see it take out 14. Let's see if I can induce it up a little bit. All right. Well, that did it. Okay. I'll look at it one more time if it takes this out over here. It's all because of the room it's got, guys. That's the only reason. I mean, I know it's up 27. Well, it's not up that much, but it's all because of the room it had on the monthly. Well, on the daily. I mean, that is a daily high somewhere. Checking the market. The market is well, it's hanging in here, guys. A little red bar there, but got rid of that. So sort of, believe it or not, was kind of consolidating up here. Still a little bit down for the day, but not much now. All right, guys, it's almost 1:30 now, so I'll probably be taking off around 2 o'clock. I'll always say later if there are questions. William says he's going to keep the room open till 3:45 ish. I think he said. Now I'm surprised, or am I wrong? Well, that's tomorrow. NVIDIA is tomorrow. So you will not be around tomorrow. NVIDIA is tomorrow. Now that should be an interesting, that'll be interesting. See what happens to the market with NVIDIA releasing earnings tomorrow. Hmm. Sorry to hear that, Rich. All right, guys, the VKKT. All right, guys, I'm just kind of looking at the gap scanner just to see if there's anything that's kind of interesting. See if there's anything. How about SEVA here? CEVA. What is this one? All right, so a little bit of a move here for SEVA, guys. CEVA. Next high is 2488, ton of room. This is not an earnings play. Semi, so it's a part of the semis. Take a look at what SMH is doing, just out of curiosity. So the semis are, I mean, they're still down for the day. Like most of the major indices or sectors are down for the day still, but the semis are, they're trying to come back. I mean, this is kind of interesting. The SEVA, CEVA over the VWAP, 2112, 2117 or so is the VWAP. All right, guys. Sorry, a little dead air there. I'm just kind of watching this SEVA, CEVA. It's just not terribly active since I saw it. Well, I keep an eye on this one, guys. I mean, this LFMD, if it takes out that four, I mean, all that room it's got. Why not? I'll put a price alert at yesterday's close and see if we get there for the SPY. Well, then I did get stubborn and think it's going to come back. Got out of the ARVN. Missed. Okay, amen. You're saying good earnings last week, or at least the reaction was. Yeah, reaction was pretty good. And little continuation. All right, guys, have about 20 minutes left. So if there are any questions, please ask them now. I may put myself on mute, put the message up there saying on mute, but I'll hop back on the mic if there is a question. ENR guys, man, oh man. I mean, this is Energizer still down a ton. Well, how much is it down now? It's still down 16%, 16.5% off earnings. But what's the high today was just over 20. Huge comeback. 17 at a $2.40 comeback. I'm gonna watch this one tomorrow, especially if it closes near the high of the day, ENR. I'm gonna watch this one tomorrow. I don't trade after hours, so somebody else might help. I mean, especially when we have earnings season. I mean, there are a lot of companies release earnings after hours. I think you'd want a lot of volume. You don't know some of the after hours pops. But what I would do, oh yeah, interactive brokers, of course, you can get market fills. What I would do is take a look at this. I don't know if you have trade ideas, but if you have trade ideas, click on new and then the doc channel bar. Okay. And you can take a look at the after hour movers. Okay. Click on the show more and aftermarket. Okay. You'll take a look at you'll see the ones that are moving. And there's William, who, yeah, trades a lot after hours, but as he's just pointing out, it's been putrid for the last little while. But you can take a look. You can take a look at this scanner right here, the after hours, and just see what the movers are. Okay. I don't trade after hours though. But that doesn't mean, people out there sitting out there thinking, well, I trade after hours and I do very well. Great. I'm not saying don't trade after hours. I just don't do it. Oh, market fills. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Market fills. Yeah, no, you have to go limit. You cannot get a not you should never want to go market, you never know what the spread is. So, or you should know what the spread is, but you don't want to go market orders. You know what? Look at this market now. It's only down 74 cents. But, when you're when earning season is upon us, I mean, you see a lot of stocks with pretty decent volume after hours, but we're not really. I mean, I don't know what companies are gonna really like tomorrow, for instance, NVDA will have earnings after hours. So, obviously, a lot of people will be paying attention to that one. How to trade it? I don't know. I really don't. I mean, hmm, spread. Ooh, this looked really good until I saw the spread. 23, 23, 20, 23, 23, 23. That just showed up on the gap down in reverse. That really looked interesting. The next high is, yeah, I mean, it was hot, um, excuse me, far enough away, $24. So, 80 cents away. Arguably the trade of the day, guys, BZ. Why? 'Cause look at what it did. Just, inch, 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 inch by penny. No dramatic ups or downs, just very, very steady. And it actually went positive. This was an earnings play that was negative. It actually went positive. All right, guys, 1:45. So getting close for me to leave. Another 15 minutes. My alert list, you mean my homepage where I have my scans? You mean my homepage where I have my scans? Or the scans, top lists, compare count? You're talking about this? So save my link, save my homepage link. Okay. And understand, guys, you don't have to load this. Just not talking to you, unusual tech. You don't have to do this every day. You want my scans, save them. If you have a scan that you might like this gap continuation or reversal scan. Once it's on your once it's on your monitor, save it. So you don't have to do this every day. Load my scans every day. Just save it. Save it as part of your layout if that's what you want to do. Also, make sure you save it to the cloud individually. Right click, save or share to cloud. Okay, save or share to cloud, and click on save. The reason you do that is that you might like this now, but when we get out of earnings season, I don't know how many alerts we're going to get. You might say, you know what, I don't like it as much. We're not getting it that much action. But 3 months from now, when we're back into earnings season, you might want to bring it back. So as long as you have it in the cloud, you can do that. That's the same with anything you create or anything you take from me. Sometimes they're working great for a while, and then you sort of get tired of them, or they just don't produce the way you wanted them to. But as long as you save it to the cloud, you never know when you might want to bring it back. This will always be active. Okay, this one, this movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. This will always be active, no matter whether we're in earnings season or not in earnings season. And remember, everything you see here is real time alerting. And of course, here. And then you get the odd stock that didn't care at all what the market was doing. So, look at MCRB. This is an earnings play. This was pre-market, okay? So this was the reaction to earnings. This was the day of earnings. Didn't look that great. I mean, it got up to about 14, closed down here at 1275. Didn't look that great. It was in fact, it was knocked down. It was negative for the day. And then look what happened. Since then, even though the market has been, pretty bleak, this has just been on a great run. MCRB. I mean, from 12 to 23, almost a double when the market's been doing what it's been doing. And yet you would not have thought so based on earnings, based on the reaction to earnings. Every time that, stock like this keeps going higher, you think, okay, maybe that's it. Okay, it's over now. It's over now. Over now. It definitely was over yesterday, right? Definitely. No. Look, I mean, look at the size of the bar yesterday. It was right at the high. Okay, guys, it's 150. I leave earlier. Thank you. I'm glad I didn't. I was not. I was tempted, but I didn't do it. MCRB. The spread is still not good. 0316 now, but so net guys. Now that Twitter, etc., are all back, so I guess net it's still down $3, but it is recovered. Low right there was 195, got up to almost 200. Now, I guess they're in a lot of different. Somebody's saying FinViz this morning, as an example, was down. And this is driving me crazy. Look at the spread now. Oh, one. I mean, if it can't, I can't do it though. Even if it caught up, doesn't mean it's not going to slide in the next half a second. Okay, guys. Now the LFMD, it's a little bit of a, I guess you guys would call it a bull flag. LFMD. Okay, so boy, it takes out four. Maybe it goes on a late day run. So what I'm going to do, guys, in YouTube is I'm going to shut it down, but then I'm going to open it again because I want to see if I can get this option to not have the two feeds. Want to make sure I can do it. That'll be for tomorrow. So I'm going to do it just briefly, though. Open it and see if I make sure I can do it. So when I shut down, I mean, come back in, but I'm not going to have it up and running for long. In fact, why don't I do that now? So, guys, I'm going to take off now. Thanks for all the help all day long. The room tomorrow will open. The main room will open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. That's when Obi will open the room. I'll open the YouTube room around 8:30. So, William, I have remembered now. I will keep the screen up and running, but I'll mute myself now. Mute myself now in the main room. The screen will be up and running. Excuse me. Eventually, I'll put it on. And I'm going to test in YouTube. So YouTubers, I have to shut you guys down. So muting myself now.